It is 18:33. I hereby call this council meeting for November 28th, 2023 to order. Let the record reflect the following council members are present: Councilman Yarborough, Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Mize, Councilman Cornelison, and Councilman Pappenfuss, and myself, Mayor Lenker. Per section 22.039 of the Local Government Code, a quorum has been established for this meeting. Please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll have public input. Noah Olson signed up.
Thank you. Good evening, council. How awesome it is to see all of our chairs filled tonight. So congratulations, Mayor and new councilwoman. I just wanted to come and just remind the council that there are those in the city, residents of Godley, who are still anxiously awaiting a full forensic audit to be coming. So I know that there may be some business that maybe that we need to address first, but I just want to remind you that those of us who live here, have been part of this process, are really anxiously awaiting that. I think it's incredibly important that we get all that taken care of so we know where we stand for real, for certain, and can have a good place to start. So thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
At this time, is there any council reports, presentations, or proclamations? All right, we'll move on to consent agenda. Discuss and consider approval of the Godley City Council minutes from the regular meeting held on November 14th, 2023, and the Godley City Council minutes from the special called meeting held on November 16th, 2023. Ms. Mize? Oh, I'm sorry. Has everybody had the opportunity to review the minutes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is there any discrepancies?
Nope, I have none.
I make a motion to approve the city council minutes from regular meeting held on November 4th, 2023 as presented. I'm going to
Second.
split these into two because I have to abstain from the second one.
Councilman Pappenfuss made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilman Yarborough, that to approve the Godley City Council minutes from the regular meeting held on November 14th, 2023. Any discussion? Councilman Yarborough?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved, 5-0.
Make a motion to approve the city council minutes from the special called meeting held on November 16th.
I'll second that.
Councilman Yarborough made a motion, it was seconded by Councilman Cornelison, that we approve the Godley City Council minutes from the special called meeting held on November 16th, 2023. Is there any discussion? Councilman Yarborough?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Is approved with a vote of 4 yes and 1 abstention. We'll move on to new business. Discuss and consider the response from the request for qualifications, RFQ number 23-0002, for engineering services for the city of Godley, Texas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present on Tignall and Perkins, the services we provide, our mission statement, and our approach to work. Have a brief presentation, about 8 minutes, and then open up to any questions you may have. First, my name is Andrew Luce. I'm a director with Tignall and Perkins. I've been there for 15 years now. I lead a group of 24 professionals, and I'm a local, graduated from Texas at Arlington, and been here for about 3 decades now. Tignall and Perkins' mission statement is to improve our communities and meet our clients' needs by doing the right things right. We look at long-term solutions. Our goal is to deliver safe and reliable infrastructure to the Godley community. And when we say doing the right things right, that means being technically proficient and approaching things in an ethical manner. We've been in business for 47 years. We started in 1976, started by Gary Teague, who was a former city engineer himself. We have 230 employees spread across 5 offices in Texas. We're local. We're headquartered in Fort Worth. We are a employee-owned and operated company as well. We serve over 200 public entities. Serving municipal clients is our bread and butter. It represents over 2/3 of our business, so that's what we do day in and day out. I'm going to give a brief breakdown of the services we provide, but what I do want to stress is we are turnkey. We're a full service civil engineering company. Anything that may arise, we can handle in-house. First is any public works projects, paving, drainage, water, sewer. Again, that's our bread and butter. That's what we do every day. Any TxDOT roadway design, we have a dedicated team to that as well. Obviously, there's a lot of TxDOT roadways through the city. We're TxDOT pre-certified. We're used to working on projects that include state and federal money and the special requirements that go along with that, and dealing with those funding agreements as well. Water and wastewater projects. We design projects small diameter to large diameter, rehabilitation of existing lines. We use a lot of different products, types of rehabilitation to fix those lines. We do lift station design, structural design, and any water and sanitary sewer modeling as well. Large drainage projects, we have a dedicated water resources team. Any river, pond, lake modeling, they can do that work as well. We do site development work as well. We're used to working with architects on site development projects. Here we note that we are involved with a lot of school projects. Subsurface utility engineering, locating existing utilities. That's important for replacing, connecting onto existing lines, avoiding utility strikes during construction. We provide those services as well. Traffic engineering, we can design any traffic signals, traffic markings, signage, pedestrian facilities, we also design as well. Construction inspection, everything from a sidewalk to a highway, we can inspect. This particular project was the 377 bypass and Crescent that we provided inspection for. Surveying, we do topographic survey, boundary survey, anything involving property lines, obtaining easements, right-of-way, parcels, things like that, and also construction staking. We have a landscape architecture team, design of parks, median beautification, green spaces, irrigation systems. We design all in-house. Right-of-way acquisition, we have a team dedicated to acquiring parcels for any new projects, right-of-way widening, easements. We coordinate with the appraiser, help with the negotiation process and any condemnation proceedings as well. And then finally, serving as city engineer. We serve as the on-call engineer for 18 different municipalities, of which I serve as the point of contact for 6 of them currently. On-call services, these are some of the services that we do provide, but what I really want to highlight here is that we can do everything that was listed in the RFQ in-house. That expedites the work, that's less sub-providers that we have to involve, that compresses schedule, that reduces pass-through fees and additional costs. Nope, I went backwards, sorry. So those are the on-call services we provide. Service approach, some things that I want to highlight here is that we take a collaborative approach. We want to work with city staff. We want to understand the city's needs. We want to understand pinch points, pain points that need to be solved. And on every project, we're going to meet with city staff to discuss what is going to make this project a success. What is the metrics that this project is being evaluated on, and that's how we're going to approach the project. Being responsive and being communicative. We guarantee that we'll respond to emails, phone calls, same day. We will be in the field within 24 hours. Anything that pops up, we understand during construction, things like that, timing is key. And so knowing that somebody's going to pick up the phone is important. Delivering big picture solutions, and then just knowing that this is what we do day in and day out. We have a lot of similar experience. We have a track record of performing this work successfully. Here's a staff breakdown. These are the professionals we have at TMP. Obviously, all these people are not going to be working on your projects at one time, but what I do want to note here is that we have an abundant amount of resources. We can handle any projects or any needs that come up for the city, and we have a lot of professionals that we can rely upon. Anything that pops up we've probably seen before, we can talk to someone in-house about how we get that work done. And then finally, the team composition. This is the team that would be working for the city. Keeps going backwards. This is the team that would be working for the city. I am the point of contact. You never have to wonder who to reach out to. I'm responsible for everything in-house at TMP, delivering for your project, allocating resources, adhering to budget and schedule. The buck will stop with me. But what I do also want to know is the project manager, Taylor Gunderman. He has a background in water and sewer development services. He has a lot of experience working with developers, funding agreements, expanding the system, upsizing systems, and I know for a community that is growing, that's going to be a key part of it. Also, Mandy Clark, she has worked in the city of Burleson and city of Arlington. She knows the issues that a city staff deals with. She's very good at providing ordinances and design manual assistance as well. And then Paul Spragan, who heads up our construction inspection. He was actually the TxDOT Johnson County area engineer prior to joining us. He knows the folks at TxDOT. He can pick up a phone. He can get responsive results with TxDOT, and he knows the area and the issues here. So with that, I will turn it over for any questions y'all may have.
What's your experience with well water?
So we serve several cities that have well water. That includes Sansom Park, Everman. We deal with some of the permitting. We deal with pump design, elevated and ground tanks. So we have all of that experience in-house. We have a specialist, his name's Bart Hines. He's actually run systems for Kerrville, Norman, Oklahoma, some cities in South Texas. So he has that operator experience and that design experience as well.
You have on here that you're TNP's the civil engineer design for Rosemary Fields and Carroll Ranch subdivision. How, since those are still in development, how is that gonna affect those?
So that is a completely separate team. We have had issues come up with that before in other areas, other cities that we serve. What I can say is that those are two completely different silos. I understand the possible conflict of interest there. We report to different sectors of the company. My top priority is for the city of Godley, not for that developer.
I just didn't know if there was a legal issue there or.
So as part of the contract that we'll draft up, if you were to select them as the most highly qualified provider of services, we do include a provision in our professional service agreement where we try to parse that out, because it's not unusual for that to happen. What we do though is we commit them that they will not testify adversely against the city, and so among other interests that the city will have. So you'll see that language when the contract comes through if y'all were to select them. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You don't see anything on subdivisions or plots with the county and the ETJ? Y'all deal with that?
Yes, as far as like review of subdivision plans, yes, yeah, that is, as part of our on-call services, we review plats, we'll review subdivision plans, their drainage, any floodplain mapping. We have extensive experience doing those services.
Let me see what it is. Okay. See the floodplain.
Have you ever ran into, it says 2 to 3 weeks to get a plat back. Have you ever ran into an issue where y'all couldn't meet that and pass the 30-day window?
No, and I mean, typically we can probably, depending on the size and complexity, we can actually expedite that and be in less time than that.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of times, you know, there's P&Z timelines and things like that. We can typically get it turned in faster than that.
So that allows y'all cushion that 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
What'd you do for Joshua?
So for Joshua, we have served as their city engineer off and on for the last 20 years. That was mostly my predecessor, Greg Saunders, but we've also done a lot of drainage design for them. They're, of course, water sewers, more Johnson County SUD, but we've done a lot of drainage and paving projects for them. Plan review, zoning maps, design manual revisions, things like that.
I suppose you're well versed in Sampson Park?
Yes. I know a few people.
What do you do for the county, Johnson County?
Johnson
Are
County?
they your full-time partner, or are you just saying you work in that county with Joshua?
We work in that county. Mandy Clark actually does the work with Johnson County. I do not, but TNP does work with Johnson County.
So you would already have all their plating requirements and building zone requirements and such, and you just have to overlay our ordinances to.
Correct, yeah, so we will rely on the city's ordinances design manual, and we will apply those standards when reviewing those plans and provide comments and implement those requirements with the developer.
So you may not know this since Carol does it, but I figured since she's under you, how much did it cost for the GIS mapping for Joshua? Do you know?
Well, so we have done like their storm drain mapping. We've done a lot of their, like I said, zoning maps, things like that. So as far as the overall citywide, it's been several years. We've been just adding and revising piece by piece. I would have to look at what the overall cost was. just because it's been a few years. And it would depend on what you're wanting, including in that. Are you wanting, you know, your sewer manholes and appurtenances? Is it just drainage? Is it your zoning? What all do you want in that GIS map? And what accuracy levels do you want in that as well? Is it plus or minus a foot or two? Is it survey data? All those kind of play into the cost of the GIS mapping, but we could certainly put pen to paper and figure that out.
What interested you in the city of Godley for you to actually submit your RFQ to us?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I was first made aware of it by Angie, and I jumped on it pretty quick at that point. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve a community. Serving as city engineer, some of my favorite work I do as a civil engineer, that's why I became one, is to serve my community and really help make sure that they have the infrastructure they need. And so when the opportunity became available to submit on that, I jumped on it.
Without getting too much into like a consultation kind of role, obviously you have probably seen the things that have gone on here. What would you say would be your first responsibility to tackle as a civil engineer for us?
Well, I would say the first order of business for me is, as I mentioned, you know, getting familiar with the city's standards, making sure that the standards and the ordinances reflect what the vision of what mayor and council want. That's what they want the city to be. Getting familiar with the system, talking to Public Works Department, figuring out the issues in the system, if anything. You know, construction costs have gone through the roof, trying to figure out what funding and grant opportunities there are to help fund projects for the city. And then just becoming familiar with all of the projects, the development projects, where those sit at. Those are the most time critical. And so that would kind of be the first thing we have to do when diving in.
I noticed that your closest office to us is more of almost a North Fort Worth. Do you still anticipate being able to meet a 24-hour deadline to be on site?
Absolutely. You know, I'm originally from Crowley. You know, I've lived 20 minutes away. It's definitely not too far. We work all around the Metroplex. We will be here within 24 hours. That's not an issue.
One of the problems we've had in the past with our plats is we've allowed a lot of variances without ever blanket variance when we're not supposed to. We want to make sure you follow that.
Absolutely.
You would work for the city and the city council, not for the contractors and the developers in town, which is what we want you to do.
Absolutely. It's our job to implement the standards and the requirements of the city design manual and ordinances, and to note those. And yes, there can be waivers, but that's typically provided by you know, P&Z or somebody like that. It's our job to note the variances that would be required or where they're not meeting the requirements. That's what we do. We don't provide those variances.
Understand. So you tell people that they're here, that's fine.
What would a process look like if you were to be our engineer and somebody wanted to submit some sort of development project? How would that look to you to be the most efficient, to not continue to be trapped by the shop clock for us?
Well, what I like to do first is to meet with the developer before they get too far along. I mean, I want to flag big picture issues first and foremost before they get down the road, because sometimes then you get backed into a corner. Well, we're already at 90% and now this is coming up and things like that. I like to meet with them first and foremost, talk about big picture items, things that may be issues, and I believe in, again, being collaborative and being communicative. Don't wait until drop a set of plans on me and then say, you know, we're already a month behind, you need to hurry up and do this. Let's talk about it, let's, you know, if it's a drainage issue or if it's a sewer capacity issue, whatever that may be, I like to try and get out in front of that and note those things as early in the process as possible so that it doesn't create delays later on. And then, you know, we're gonna want to see drainage and a site plan first, minimum, and then we can start getting into more detailed design as we go along.
How long has this been out, this request been out, and how many respondents have we had? And when's the closing date for the response, for the request?
Your closing date on your RFQ was on November the 14th at 5 p.m.
Okay,
I don't know when your RFQ went out. I wasn't here at that time, but I'm sure Michael can let you know that part.
it don't have to be an exact date, just 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
It was put out on, let's see, 30 plus days ago.
And this was your only respondent?
Only response, that's what I thought I read.
Unless I pull up the job ID, it just says 30 plus days ago.
Okay. Have you worked on cities that have our lawyer, our attorney firm?
I don't believe so, no.
Yes.
I don't know if I have, our firm might have.
Yeah, maybe not him, but TMP is well known for.
I worked for him before, worked with him before.
Thank you for correcting.
So the main question, cost.
Yes.
Right.
Depends on what we want.
Huh?
Depends on what we want.
Exactly. I was gonna say, I mean, of course, we have our standard rates that we can submit, you know, hourly rates, but it's dependent on, you know, the project needs, the amount of plans to review, developer plans, things like that. So it's pretty fluid. I mean, we can certainly get into that, but there's a lot of moving parts, for sure on that.
Did we ever find out what the last company was charging us, what they were being paid?
Somewhere around 120 an hour. But you don't have to. On page 4, there is you note that, and you talked about it, you said your team will conduct a thorough analysis of the data, et cetera, et cetera. Is there initial out-of-pocket cost for that?
I mean, again, it's an hourly what we charge. I mean, what we're gonna do a lot with that is we're gonna have a kickoff meeting with city staff, talk to Public Works Department, obtain, request any city maps. I mean, it's not exhaustive, but we will wanna take those steps. You know, we're talking hours, not days here.
So that's a yes, though, there will be the.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I spoke with a few. I tried to contact your references in the back. It was late. I got this late, and so they didn't get back to me, but
Okay.
I spoke to the former head of Chi Epsilon, which is the National Honor Society for Civil Engineers at UTA, and he had good things to say. A few other engineers that I know said pretty much what Dean said, well-known, and you probably won't go wrong, which is what an engineer would always say. So, I had a couple more questions, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Mike did that one. Oh, as far as the construction inspection, does that mean we'll replace Bureau Veritas?
So, I mean, we can supplement that. I mean, that's a city's call. I mean, mostly what we do is more of the public works side. We don't get into development projects. That's something we can certainly do.
You don't get into development projects.
Well, so as far as like actual architectural aesthetics, so entrance features and things like that. I don't know what you have them on board for. I know that we've interacted with Bureau
Inspections.
Veritas. Yes, on inspection and making sure they're matching standards. We can certainly do that. We typically don't get into those architectural standards, though. We do the roadway, the water, the sewer, things like that in a given subdivision or project.
What I mean is Paul Spraggins does construction inspection, which is,
Correct,
okay.
correct.
What
The
am I missing?
civil side, not the architectural side,
Okay.
I guess is what
I
I'm
got
trying
you.
to say.
I got you, okay. I think that was it. That was all I had, thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, one question.
Yes, sir.
On-call, define that for me. I think I know what it means, but just define it so I'm sure.
So on-call means we're basically, serving as an extension of your staff or a city engineer. If there's any engineering issues that come up, you already have a pre-existing, contract with us. We can be on call whenever you need us. You don't have to go out for an RFQ or something like that for any specific needs.
Okay, thank you.
Your locating service, they'll walk into private property at our request and the private property owner's request, or are they just in the public right of way?
So we can do that. We just have to obtain a right of entry before doing that. But yes, they are able to do private services as well, or something that's in an easement.
There is I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
How quick would you be able to start? Because we have a lot of projects, including tech stop projects that are about to begin.
Yeah, I mean, once we have, an agreement in place, we can start, by the end of this month kind of thing. We can move pretty quick. We have the staff in place. It's just getting the agreement put together, really.
So I guess, Dean, how quick could y'all get an agreement put together?
I've just done another agreement with TMP and another municipality, and so really quick. If you have your scope of services, your pricing, and we can get together and bring an agreement for approval at the next meeting if you want.
What do we have pending, Angela, as far as development plats is there anything on the shot clock right now?
Yes,
How far are we into it?
not very far. I don't know the exact time because I've got everything flagged back there. Mostly, we're waiting on engineer review on a couple of them.
Well, if we're waiting on the engineer review, then that assumes that the shot clock is not moving, correct?
That's right. These
Okay.
it's just whatever's being submitted is being.
It's being submitted and that's it. Until it gets to our engineer, then,
Oh, no.
no, it's
No,
not
No,
true.
the clock is
Yeah.
running.
It's,
Clock is
the
running.
clock is running. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So I have everything flagged on the dates that I have
okay.
since I've been here. Getting pretty close. I haven't been here quite a month yet.
So remind me of that process again. Developer just comes in and says, here you go. Shot clock starts today.
That is the gist of it. That's not the statutory language, but that's pretty much it. Unless, do you have a specific time period? Mike, or Mayor Protem would probably know.
We
Do
had
we
a
have a date?
calendar.
We have the calendar.
Is that
We
implemented yet? or-
never approved a calendar. Basically, they'll come in, turn in all their documents that are required, pay their filing fee, and the clock starts.
And we don't have a calendar, but we wrote,
We never voted on it.
So,
something to put on next.
if we don't take their
meeting.
fee,
Yeah.
I'm just
The
thinking
clock
about,
is running.
the clock is running anyway. Good grief.
Yeah.
Thank you, Austin.
Better
Okay.
clear my calendar.
We need a,
So you had met a couple of weeks ago. We have one.
Mailed it, okay. All right, thank you.
Michael asked you your fee, give us a rough estimate of your hourly for plats. We won't hold you to it.
I might. I
That
got
was
it on
recorded,
video,
right?
man.
You know, typically, to be perfectly honest with you, a professional engineer rate is probably gonna be about $180 an hour. Senior rates, someone, you know, a team lead or something like that may go higher. A younger staff that may be doing some of the review as well under the project manager would be less than that, but I'm gonna put that as an average.
So pretty much like a law firm then.
Yeah.
I had one engineer tell me, yeah, the way it works is they put the first year graduate student up and charge you for the 15-year experienced fella.
Well, I would say in some instances that may be the case, but as far as on detailed reviews, things like that, it will not be a junior level person because they need to know what they should be looking for.
I got you. We have an existing sewer plant that's not yet finished. I was warned in the back a few months ago that if we dropped our existing engineer at that time before that project was done, that the new engineering firm was gonna wanna come in and re-engineer or at least, not re-engineer it possibly, but charge us the cost of going over everything that was done before. Is that gonna happen in this case?
So the design is done. Is it in construction or is it started?
In construction, it's almost finished. It should be almost finished.
Well, what I would say with that is that I don't know how the contract was set up with the design engineer, but they are the engineer of record. They should see that to the end and complete the construction administration for that work. Now, if they've walked, if they're not on the job, then certainly we'll need to look at, but typically as engineer of record, they should see that through to the end for any construction issues. We can certainly be as involved as y'all would like us to be, but typically they would continue on through the end of that project.
So then if there is a walk, you are gonna wanna look at everything from point A to point B to point Z.
If it is in construction, you know, we will certainly review the plans, but we did not seal those plans. The engineering statutes is the sealing engineer, they are responsible for the design of that. If there's an issue with that design, then ultimately that falls back on them. If we are helping administer that through construction, then obviously we'll need to get at least familiar with the plans and probably just look at 30,000 feet if there's any major issues, but we would not redesign anything, certainly.
Okay.
Is Glenn left that all together?
I'm not sure.
How do I put this?
Well, if he's on record, it's his stamp, and he's the one that's supposed to finish it. If not, we have to pay him, a new company, to come in and re-stamp it. If he's not gonna finish it, then they're gonna wanna get paid for review of everything. It's all because of their stamp. They can't say the project is done and not be their project. They have to take full possession of it to say it's done right.
So can you take on the project to finish it out with the previous engineering firm's stamp?
We can, because it was a sealed set of plans. Ultimately, it's their design they're responsible for, and we're just handling the construction part. If it gets to the point where there has to be a redesign, there's an issue during construction, there was something wrong with the plans where we have to then modify those plans, then we would have to reseal it with our seal on there, at which point there would probably be additional, you know, review and scrutiny to it, since we are then taking on that liability. Because it's part of our requirement as a professional that anything we're sealing, we have to be familiar with and have made sure that all of those design components are correct.
Only with a resealing.
Correct.
And what circumstances would that come about?
These numbers were bad, this measurement is wrong, this needs to be redesigned, pump is the wrong size, we need to change this pump. Whatever issues, I'm just throwing out instances, but things that happen during construction, the contractor calls up and says there's an issue with this design, this needs to be looked at, those instances.
So one mistake, pump size isn't quite correct, hose size isn't right. Boom, you gotta do the whole thing over.
Not necessarily the whole thing, we would just kind of have to peel back the layers of the onion, figure out what components are affected and what we would then be responsible for, what pages of the drawing literally we would have to revise and be responsible for.
So this is a package plan, it's not a full-blown wastewater treatment plant.
Okay,
So
it's
just
an expansion?
addition- Yes.
Yeah.
So it's, I get what you're getting at. It's a lot easier on your end to reseal it if he needs to than if we were building a whole brand new one. Because they basically come in units.
Okay.
It's Schofield Construction that does it. Is Kevin out there?
Yeah, it was earlier. I guess he's
Maybe
like,
not anymore.
He may be down at the water leak, I don't know.
yeah.
Not sure. I don't know if there's a civil engineer at Schofield. I know Glenn, all he did was came out and signed off and sent it to me to say pay them. So, I mean, I would think it would still be good. Glenn answers emails. Hey, does Schofield have their own engineer?
Sir,
Does Schofield have an engineer for this project, or did we just use Glenn?
we just use Glenn, then that's who they use as well through, Schofield and, I can't think of the other company, but that's who they use, and what Schofield says is he still has to be over this project until it's done, but it should be done by the end of December.
If construction is that far along, I mean, I recommend, rather than, changing horses midstream, if he's being responsive, that's the best approach for the city and the best way to get it delivered. But if we need to be involved, we certainly can.
Is he being responsive to you?
I haven't gotten any communication from him since he was done on the 31st of October.
Have you tried?
Sir?
Have you tried?
I have sent a couple emails trying to get some information, but I'm getting information from Schofield side because he's responsive to them. But I haven't even seen him out at the plant since 31 October, but Schofield says he comes out in the evening, so.
So he's, okay, so he's still taking care of it, he's just not dealing with us anymore, with this.
Correct.
Like whenever a developer
Signs off on
sends,
it.
whenever a developer sends me an email or calls me, if he's attached to it, which usually him and his assistant are, if it's a current project that's being worked on, then he'll respond back saying, hey, I'm not the city engineer anymore, you need to get a hold of me, Angela, or whoever. So, I mean, he's responsive in that manner. I don't think he's just said, hey, screw y'all.
I have got response of him by forwarding emails to me stating that, just like what he stated to you, I'm no longer the city engineer, these people need to be your contact, but that's it.
Is there a contractual obligation?
Well, before we get too far down the road of a particular project, I think we need to circle back to questions about the RFQ.
Yep.
That's all I have.
If the question is this something that TMP can handle and it's within their area of expertise, I think he's already answered that.
Anything else?
No, sir?
So what's our next step? We've discussed and we're considering, but what do we do now?
Dean to edit that contract.
The word, I think you told me the wording on this does allow action if we choose.
Yeah, consider, I mean, if you're looking at your agenda, you have a couple items that say consider approving, those are expenditures. or excuse me, one is an expenditure, one is concerning the location, office space. You know, we could be more consistent in the future in language we want to use. Consider, if I'm just reading the Open Meetings Act, I mean, consider doesn't preclude you from approving. I think if we're being more specific all the time, say consider and approve, we just need to decide what we want to do so there's no confusion in the future as far as the style is concerned. But yeah, consider, I mean, y'all are, for now though, for this item, I would say that there's no real action that needs to be taken. And I'll explain why. Professional services like engineering services are procured through Texas Government Code Chapter 2254. There is a two-step process that's contemplated under state law, but there's also some AG opinions that say that two-step process is not absolutely required the way the statute is written. And so at the next meeting, if we were to present if y'all, I'm understanding from discussion up here that you want to maybe move forward with a contract. And so what we do at the next meeting is qualify them as the most highly qualified provider of services based on demonstrated competence and qualifications, and then enter into an agreement which we will have negotiated by then.
So is number one a no action item, pretty much?
I would say it's no action item. I mean, whatever action that you need to take today, you're not precluded from doing at the next meeting.
Make a
And once
motion
we-
for no action on item number one.
I'll second.
Councilman Yarborough made a motion, it was seconded by Councilman Mize to take no action on agenda item number one, discuss and consider the response from the request for qualifications, number 23-0002 for engineering services for the city of Godley, Texas. Any more discussion?
I have a question. Do we need to close, so the RFQ is closed? Nobody else can do it? Do we need to say what we're gonna do at our next meeting?
It's already closed, I think, by operation of the RFQ, yeah, yeah. So I have received direction. I understand that next meeting, I need to come, we need to have a agreement that's negotiated, and at that meeting, in the body of the agreement also includes language that satisfies the requirements of Texas law as far as qualifications are concerned.
Okay.
So, and this is me just being, I just want to be cautious about the language that we have. Some items say consider, some items say consider approving. So, moving forward, I think we just need to be more careful about, I don't want to give the impression that we can consider and not approve.
The old way we used to say it was discussion and possible action.
Yeah, and we can talk about that too. Sometimes you'll just have a heading that will say action items, and then everyone knows you can take action. So there are ways to be more succinct, and we can do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Absolutely, thank you.
Dean, we still have to complete the current motion, correct?
Yes, there's a motion and a
second.
second.
For taking no action.
Yep.
Aye.
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 Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to number 2, discuss and consider the bond amounts to be set for the city administrator and city secretary for the city of Godley, Texas.
I contacted our city attorney to ask what the bond amounts are supposed to be for myself and for the city secretary, because it doesn't state what those bond amounts are supposed to be in the code. And so I'm bringing that to you to ask you and ask for direction, basically, of how much of bond amount do you want that set at?
That's not stated in the ordinance, is it? If I
No, it's
recall
not.
correctly, it's not
There's no
stated.
bond amount?
No,
Yes.
I can read it now.
It's in the communicator as well.
Yeah, so it just says, city administrator shall furnish a surety bond in an amount to be approved by the city council. The bond to be conditioned upon the faithful performance of duties. The premium of the bond shall be paid by the city. So under state law, city administrator does not need to be bonded, but you have an ordinance. If you adopt an ordinance, then she does. So we just don't know the amount. In other ordinances, you have an amount set at $1,000 for the police chief and all police officers. City secretary is also required to be bonded, but you just need to set an amount.
By our ordinance, not by law, correct? Not
Right,
state law.
Right, state law doesn't tell you the amount.
So is this typical or not? Is this just old ordinances that haven't been updated?
So your city marshal, which you can do away with the position of city marshal, and then you're left with just your police chief. But a city marshal needs to be bonded under state law. City secretary, not acting as a secretary, but acting as the treasurer, needs to be bonded. Okay?
Okay.
And so you have two officials that are required to be bonded by state law.
Just the treasurer.
Treasurer
And the
the
city
marshal.
marshal.
Yeah, if you have a marshal. Some cities get rid of the marshal position, just have a police chief, and then they don't bond you don't need to bond a police chief.
So when you face this in other cities, what's typical amount for them to be bonded on?
A lot of cities just don't have these provisions anymore, unless they're required by, absolutely required by law.
What does it do for us?
For $1,000, I don't know that a bond would do much for you.
This is something the city has to pay. It's not done in other cities, except for the treasurer, which is by state law.
Right.
What's the typical amount for the treasurer?
So state law doesn't give you a number. It's whatever you decide.
Right?
I made some calls today and have not gotten a response from any of our local cities as to what they bond their employees for. I talked to Victor, which is the company that bonded Karina and bonds our police officers. She was bonded at $25,000. I'm sorry, I got copies of the bonds. They have not returned a call. Everything that's being said is it depends on the access of the access level of the amount of money. And I'm being told that comes back to your CPA might give you a better estimate of the amount that they need to be bonded for. It's become a very circular. Nobody wants to make a recommendation. So, my recommendation might be give it another week that we try to get a hold of Victor to see what their recommendations are since they have our other bonds and see what we can do for getting more information.
Is there a way to set, instead of giving the bond, because clearly it needs to be deleted, is there a way, instead of worrying about bonding them, to go ahead and just to get rid of that ordinance?
I mean, it depends on
Moving
what you
forward.
want to do with the, city marshal position. You'd have to adopt an ordinance that does away with marshal, in which case you just have so the chief acts as the city marshal and the police chief right now. You can do away with the city marshal position, and he's still the police chief, and then he's not required to be bonded under state law, and neither are any of your officers.
Except for the treasurer.
Yeah.
Except for the treasurer, and so, I can read the language here. It says, the treasurer of the municipality shall execute a bond. The bond must be in favor of the municipality, be in the form and amount required by the governing body of the municipality. Have security approved as sufficient by the governing body. So that might be where, depending on the budgetary amount you consider, 25,000 or 1,000, whatever you want to do. So, but it's all at the city's cost.
How much does it cost to have a bond? What is it?
Did we get any?
We don't know the cost.
Don't know.
Yeah,
The rough-
you need to determine.
The rough estimate I got was for $1,000, it's $40 a year. If it's over $1,000, it's 10% of the total bond a year.
So we would have, we would just get rid of the marshals, that would have anything to do.
Forget that idea.
But as far as the city administrator, the requirement for the bond there is purely by our ordinance, not by state.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
we can adjust that.
You can adjust that, and you could, if you wanted to, for your officers, you can adjust that as well. So by ordinance, they're required to have bonds, and that's why they have now.
They basically have the minimum bond or the bond that's the least expensive bond to get.
Yeah, but I mean,
$1,000.
again, $1,000, and I don't know, I think Mayor Pro Tem was probably the one who was reaching out to sureties. You know, $1,000 doesn't get you much coverage. But you also have TML and you have your insurance risk.
But apparently the coverage is irrelevant anyway, since most municipalities don't even go that route with administrator and secretary. Yeah, city administrator and city secretary, correct?
Right. Or,
So why don't we go a cheap route, $1,000 or $500 or $10 until we figure out what we're gonna do as far as updating the ordinance.
so the other purpose of the bond is it's conditioned that the treasurer will faithfully discharge the duties of the office, and that's the language that you see with other officers as well.
The treasurer's not in this item, so can we deal with that now?
City secretary is the treasurer for purposes of state law under chapter 22, local
Okay,
government.
so we do need to set one for the city secretary then.
We just need to know how much and what the expenditure authority is for that, and, if they were gonna go out and get the bonds, I don't know if have you already looked into potential amounts?
I've already spoke with Victor, same one you spoke with, and she basically told me the exact same thing she told you.
It was a different company. She actually didn't have a chance to respond back to me, but
I have been talking back and forth with Victor though. And she did recommend about 25,000 for her, but I don't know what that amount is, because according to the ordinance, you set that amount. And maybe she was just going by what the former city secretary was bonded at.
What do you recommend? What was it in Sampson Park, for
I
example?
was not bonded. TML protected the city for anything like that.
What
That
about
would
under
happen.
the state law for, well, I guess maybe
I'm
over
the
there
city
you weren't the
secretary.
treasurer.
I was never bonded as a city secretary in any cities I worked for. TML always covered everything.
Why would you do the cheapest route and then we'll get rid of the ordinances, cause we need to get rid of it on them too.
I don't
They're
wanna get
just-
rid of the bond.
they're
I believe
old.
it's a step that we could, just another step to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. The amount, does it matter? But I don't wanna get rid of the bonding. I think it's just another step we take to make sure we're getting the people we want in there. And they have to be tested somebody has to look into their background and whatever. So, I keep a bond. And as far as the, 25,000 for the treasurer is fine, and 1,000 for everybody else is fine, just something.
So Dean, I got a question, actually two questions.
Yeah.
A, the verbiage, so I assume we can only give staff direction, can't actually make a decision.
That's right, and I just wanna be cautious tonight. I know there've been some questions about what does it mean to consider, and then what does it mean to take action. I would say they're synonymous, but to the extent, it could be argued that they're not, let's just exercise caution.
Okay. And second, our deductible for TML, if something happens, is $10,000. So what would be the reason to go over $10,000 if we're just trying to meet that deductible?
Yeah, that's a great question, a great discussion question for everyone.
but I don't think TML does bonds.
No, it would be to pay our deductible to TML if something was to happen, if they had to represent them.
That's the first step is TML, then it goes to the bond if necessary, which it never really would. Am I correct to say that?
We should still, if I'm correct, I've never filed against a bond, but the way I was explained, you would file against the bond, and then you would send that money to TML. That's how
File
TML
against the
explained
bond
it.
and send it to TML.
Yeah.
Oh, and TML
cover your-
then pays.
To cover your debt.
TML pays everything once you pay that $10,000, as long as there's not gross negligence and a couple other things.
Who
Like
does
a
that cover?
supplemental.
Everybody,
Everybody.
everybody. We have a $10,000 deductible. If you get sued, she gets sued, doesn't matter.
So the bond, gives you an opportunity to make another claim against the surety in addition to your insurance claims. Sureties don't make a living if they pay out money. And so they're usually very resistant, even though the city might be the obligee on the bond, surety will typically fight whatever kind of claim you're making. So just keep that in mind.
Well, have we decided whether we can take action here or not with the consider language?
I would say be conservative. There's an AG opinion that kind of says if it's not, it hasn't followed the same as it has in the past, then it's better to err with caution.
It's a recommendation by the Open Meetings Handbook. It's not a legal requirement, but the purpose is to avoid the wrong perception.
Well, then why not just give directions to staff on the item?
Yeah,
Make the motion to do that, then we're safe, right?
well, I've heard a couple things. Do y'all wanna go back to CPA? Was that, I don't know if Mayor mentioned that, or?
That was one of the guidance that, I think it was OMAG recommended.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, they won't throw a number at you. That's just their guidance as to how to, for somebody else to do it.
So the language says in an amount to be approved by the city council. So if she was to come back with a number later, you could approve that number as subsequent meeting.
So can we table it to next week with a research for a number and?
Well, I bought Mike's argument. I mean,
I like
why make it over 10 grand since TML's gonna cover the rest? Seems logical to me.
And that's only, like Dean said, if they actually pay the bond. So,
It also may be a small enough amount that they say, heck, it ain't worth fighting, here's your money. You go 25,000, they may say, hey, we ain't gonna give you that, we're gonna fight you for that.
No, they'll fight you for $1. Yeah, you won't get 10 out of it.
I make a motion for no action, staff direction to look further into this.
Second.
Councilman Papafus made a motion and was seconded by Councilman Yarborough that no action is taken and staff is given direction to research farther on this item. Any more discussion?
I'd just soon get it over with and pay, and make it for $10,000, but let's vote.
He said take caution in voting, but I think what Mike is doing is basically giving direction to staff to bring it back as the wording is. Does that work for you? All right, I'm, if you're asking for my vote, it's aye on Mike's motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0 to take no action and direct the staff to come back with a number for next week. I have that paper.
Not yet.
Yes,
You wanna go into executive session?
yes.
Who wants to go into executive session?
Recommendation has been made to me that we go into executive session coming
Oh, okay.
next.
I don't have it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you wanna take, or item 3 and 4 not for executive session, but you wanna go to item X and
Yes,
take that one out of order and go into executive session,
yes, sir.
okay?
I don't have it yet. For executive session.
It's okay. Thank you. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Section Number 551.074, discussions about security, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Mayor Christopher Lanker. A closed meeting of the City of Godley, Texas will now be held pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. Consultations with attorney, consultation with city attorney to seek advice of said attorney about pending legal matters. Section 551.074, discussion on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Mayor Christopher Lanker. The regular session is now temporarily closed, and City Council is convening the executive session at 19:38 on November 28th, 2023.
I would just live in the dream, you know, just live in the dream.
The Godley City Council adjourned its executive session at 8:58 PM and reconvened into open session at 9:05 PM. On to the next agenda item. Discuss and consider approving the purchase of a city cell phone for Mayor Lanker and authorizing the city administrator to execute the purchase.
So what kind of phone you want?
What does he want from?
I've gotten more direction on this. Like I said, I was told I was getting one. It wasn't something I asked for. I've been recommended to get one with all the ORRs that go on. On that note, I would say yes, and a cheap Android style. I'm an Android, not a iPhone person.
Flip phone, that's all you need.
It works.
Is this open for discussion?
Yeah, I think we've read the item. Is there a motion or a second?
No, we're just
No.
discussing.
Just discussion, okay.
So I guess I don't have a problem with the cell phone. What I have an issue with is I've been asking for a cell phone for 6 months while I was working in City Hall, dealing with the city business, and I was told no repeatedly, that city council and mayors do not need cell phones. But now, all of a sudden, you're recommending to the mayor that he needs a cell phone, when I've been asking for one to keep ORRs and any city business off of my own cell phone. So I would like to know why it changed.
Because the mayor is the CEO of the city, I would constantly talk to developers. You should never talk to a developer. I should never talk to a developer anymore.
But I'm
The
not talking
mayor-
about now, I'm talking about 6 months that we
You
were
were
keeping the
still
doors
a
open.
Council member. You were still a council member.
But what does that have to do with ORRs? And what does that have to do with city officials having a phone to do city business with? And we still have citizens, and I was in a peculiar situation, correct, for 6 months, and I was asking for a phone to deal with city business because I was almost in here alone for quite half of that time. And you kept telling me, no, city council and mayors do not have phones. But we were told that you are now recommending to him to have a phone. I'm just wanting to know what the difference is, please.
Exactly what I just explained, Misty.
If,
He needs a phone,
He does.
just like I needed a phone, but we didn't have access to that account until, what, 2 months ago?
Didn't have access to what phone, or access to what account?
The Verizon account.
Do you understand the question that I'm asking here? Why is it legally right for one to have one, but when I needed one, when I was helping run the city, we were told that council and mayor do not need one?
Yeah,
So I think it's contradictory here.
So I understand the comment. The agenda item for tonight is not looking backward 6 months ago, but it's looking to what the mayor needs today. And so my understanding is that he's been told, and I can tell you, it's not unusual for a mayor or for council members to have cell phone. I can't explain why
Yeah.
that didn't happen before. I understand, I mean, that makes sense if you don't have an account, if you don't have expenditure authority, that makes sense as well.
Which he did,
Huh?
which he did.
It's up to y'all as a council if you want to give the mayor a phone, or if you want to bring back an agenda item later and everybody gets a phone. I mean, that's up to you. It's subject to budgetary constraints, and ultimately a legislative act is within your discretion if that's what y'all want to do.
I make a motion to purchase an S23 Ultra as the city cell phone for Mayor Linker and authorizing the city administrator to execute the purchase. Ms. Winkle, are you on have they gotten a hold of you on the Verizon account yet? All right, I'll send him another email.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to authorize Mayor Lanker to get a S-23 cell phone and to have Ms. Winkle carry out the purchase. Discussion.
So let me understand the point of the cell phone. I was thinking about this and thinking about it in the context of, there apparently are a number of individuals, Ms. Winkle, do you have one?
No.
And a couple of police officers have city cell phones. So naturally, that's an expense to the taxpayer, and it can rack up if you start, I mean, how many employees are in the city that we have? If we give everybody a phone, which we wouldn't do, but if we did, so. Let's say it's just all 6 of us. If it's at $400 for the phone, which I hope not, but if it is, that's $2,400 for the part, and now we've gotta pay overtime for the cell plan. But I was trying to figure out what exactly was the point, and the only thing that I can come up with is open records requests for text messages. That's the
So,
only reason that you would not want to use your personal device that I can come up with. What say you, Mayor Pro Tem?
so let's say if we had a tornado, the cell phones that we get, the plan that we're on, your cell phone won't work, my cell phone won't work. But him as the emergency manager, his cell phone will work. Cantrell's cell phone will work. Arvinal's cell phone will work. Her cell phone will work.
So you have a
Because they
special
take
plan?
priority, yes, we have a priority plan.
Pardon?
It's through emergency services.
Okay, so that's completely different from, say, what we as council members, if we decided to give ourselves a cell phone, would have. So it's not a function primarily or even distinctively of an open records request. This is emergency management. Correct?
It's multifaceted.
Yes, but my point was, if you're afraid of ORRs for text messages, don't text message. I like the way you've been doing it. When you want to talk to me, and I've taken it this way, we haven't talked about it, but you say, hey, you got a minute? And then I'll call you. That's my, so why would I need a separate cell phone to protect from that? I don't see how I would. But if this is emergency management, then that's different. So, given that, then I'll withdraw my objection.
I have 2 comments here. First off, to clarify, Councilmember Papenfuss never told me about needing a phone. This came from Ms. Winkle, approached me that I needed to get a phone. So I just wanted to correct that. That did not come from there. The second thing is I object to, unless you're gonna tell me why, the S-23, which is a much more expensive line than I would recommend for myself. Because I personally have one.
So technology comes and goes. If we don't get you the latest and greatest in a year, maybe 2, your apps may not work, and then we have to buy a new phone for another $300.
What are you running, Ms. Winkle?
When he first was elected and came in and we talked, one of the things that the mayor did discuss is that he didn't want to use his personal cell phone, and I said, well, normally that's taken care of through the city cell phone services.
No, what I meant was, I apologize, is what part are you using? What, are you going Apple, Android, and so
iPhone
what are you
15
using?
Pro Max.
I have an iPhone.
You got an iPhone. Is your single iPhone with, okay, so you bought an iPhone for the emergency management.
I have an iPhone so that I can communicate with you all and our staff and not use my personal cell phone.
Okay.
Because I don't want to have my information for this. So I only communicate with you all through this.
Okay. So it's not necessarily emergency management.
Not especially for me, but that's how the staff gets a hold of me if there's problems.
I get you,
If
I
there
get you.
was, Kevin let me know there was a water leak. This is how I find out.
Right.
And then I have a record of it, and then down the road, somebody wants circuit, it's right here. I don't have anything to watch with.
But the police officers are on the emergency plan, or the emergency network.
Everybody's on the emergency network.
Everybody's on the emergency, okay.
There's 18 total lines. Some of those being jetpacks, an iPhone 15 Pro, an iPhone 15, TCL Link Zone, which is another wireless internet, an S23 Ultra, an Airlink, an iPhone 14 Plus. So they are all on the emergency network because that takes priority.
Okay, fair enough.
And if I can point one more thing out, and I don't wanna overspeak, but Dean, I know a law changed where most of the police departments now have a cell phone while they're on duty because of that very reason. Contacting dispatch to let them know that they're on their lunch break, or if they're out at the jail or whatever, and not using their personal phones. That could be requested for evidence and such. And I think that's why, I know the former city I worked at, that's why we did it. Is because something changed in the law and they didn't want any part of any of that. And most of them use their cell phones to contact dispatch, to let them know what their status is.
I think you're
If
talking
it's not
about the
emergency.
2019 law where personal
Yeah.
devices were subjected to the OMA,
It's just, you know, to
or
me,
the
it's
Public
protection,
Records Act.
but, you know.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the only reason I have it on here is I don't have the authority to approve it. You know, that's all
Well,
up to y'all.
just to clarify, my confusion is not necessarily an objection to having the phone, given the emergency management purposes.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's just because, well, I don't want my text messages on my personal phone, well, don't text message on your personal phone, city business.
Sure.
So,
I understand that.
okay.
I like the idea of him having him having a mayor's phone. That way, the mayor's phone number is put out there, not his personal phone, so he can answer it during normal business hours, and when he's no longer the mayor, the phone number stays the same. Doesn't go to a different person. That phone number stays with the city, and the phone stays with the city, and he uses it in his official capacity. I think it's a good idea. And plus, if you use one phone for both, for yourself and for your work, it gets very, very confusing, because you load up your phone with work stuff, and then you can't use it for your own personal use. You have to go download, choose what you do. I don't think he'd have that much stuff on his phone, but I think it's a good idea.
Well, I know some of us have a phone that we use for only city business, and then, so. That's all I had.
I think that some of the issues I see and some of the reasons why I would support all of the council having phones is, yes, it is an expenditure to the city. But in the age of technology, I also feel as an elected official that we are expected to be available to citizens 24/7. So that is the only reason that I would support everybody on the council getting one. Because we are elected officials and we do have a responsibility to citizens, and they should have a means to contact us all the time. Personally, I don't want to give my personal number out. That's my
Mine's
personal
out there
number.
everywhere, so that's from the campaign. So.
Right, well, oh, that was your
I
bad.
don't care anymore.
That was your bad.
Not
I
really.
didn't do that.
I don't get a whole lot of calls.
Yeah, like, I love talking to everybody, but at the same point, that number that I've had for years, that's for family and friends
I get
and
you.
things like that.
I get you. I get you. But there are other avenues too. I mean, there's email.
Sure.
Why couldn't we just say, hey, rather than spend $2,400 on everybody getting one, we could say, hey, email me.
Because technology is evolving to the way that people expect an immediate response. And usually that is quicker through text or calls. You could direct them to email, but I think with email, there is an expectation that I have a time limit, right? When I'm at work and somebody emails me, I have 48 hours to answer that. Whereas if somebody has a pressing issue and they text me, I'm more apt to quickly answer that. I may not even check my personal email for 2 days. Would I do better about my city of Godley? Of course. Would I do better about my work email? Obviously. But at the same token, it's my understanding that if I were to download my City of Godley onto my personal phone and use that app interchangeably, even logging into the different accounts, at some point I have exposure. Right? Maybe I don't want you to see that I really like the Black Friday shop. No one's business but mine.
You'll never see that. No one will ever see that because that's not city business.
Never know.
No, it's not a never know. It's a matter of law.
There's ways around it.
How?
There's ways around it. People
How?
get very creative. And I think
How could
that-
anyone ever ORR a Black Friday's deal?
I'm just giving a circumstance and a scenario. Sometimes things get mixed up.
Really, those kinds of things, I haven't ever worried so much about the text messaging problem because I don't do it hardly. And you can't take, unless it's a subpoena, right? Unless there's a legal subpoena, somebody can't say, this is now mine and I'm going to download everything you got on it. My understanding is your law firm will come to us or to me and say, hey, Scott, there's no RR for this text, something happening with this text on these dates or whatever. And then I'll go through the phone and either it's there or it's not. Correct?
Yeah, so usually it's contextual, like you're saying. I mean, subject to whatever information is being requested. Sometimes the stroke is so broad that you might be looking at thousands of emails that all need to be looked at before
I'm talking
you
about
can
text.
determine.
Strictly
Right,
text.
Text, yeah, texts are usually gonna be pretty contextual, I mean,
Right.
for the most part.
But I don't have to give anything up that is not city-related. The ORR can't say, I want all of Scott's Black Friday deals, because it's not really, what does that have to do with city business?
Right, I mean, you still have to make the objection, you still have to respond to the request, and we still have to make a determination that.
But no one's gonna take my phone for the Black Friday deals.
No one's gonna take it. So, for the most part, when the context you're talking about is a subpoena or some sort of court action, I mean, that's, or, criminal action, I mean, you don't wanna have to take your phone and hand it over.
Right. But those are the cases when that would happen, is the extreme.
Those are cases when that would happen. Sometimes that's gonna come, maybe even from an AG opinion that, where if someone down in Austin is writing an opinion and they think that you haven't turned over everything.
Hopefully you'll notify us when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we don't get down to that point, but sometimes we just don't know how they're gonna rule.
Oh, you're talking about in a specific case, not in general?
Right, in a
Oh,
specific
okay.
case, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm done again.
Is there any other discussion, or are we ready to vote?
I think we're going to vote. If I kept track right. Councilman Yarborough?
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion to approve the purchase of a city cell phone, a S23, I think was mentioned for Mayor Lanker, is passed. 4 voting yes, 1 abstaining. Next item. Discuss and consider approving the location for mayor and/or council to office at City Hall.
I'll start. Do we have the real estate? Do we have the real estate?
Not right this minute.
Okay.
One back office is full of where you're permitting and your planning, your permitting and your planning clerk that you talked about hiring in the future, that's where they would be. But where Mike used to stay in the emergency management room, that could be, you could use that area as an office, because truly, I guess that would be his office, if he's the emergency management coordinator. So there is an office space. Right now, we have boxes in it, because we're trying to go through all the old records and make sure we get those ready for destruction. But there's a desk and everything's there. but as far as a small area, right now we're using that for the permitting and all the plats and everything that have to be gone back and forth to look at.
I'm assuming
very
the EM
many.
office has all the accoutrements,
There's not a lot
telephone.
of space here, I'll tell you,
Right, exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
To be honest, there's just not. But there is the emergency management office that Mike used at that time, I think. And it seems to be equipped with computer and a desk, and we just gotta move stuff around.
You can't use that computer.
Um,
And
Well,
why
then I
can't
don't
you use
know.
that computer?
It's linked to the emergency management in Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
It's not a city, I don't believe it's a city-owned asset, because it goes straight to their login.
Mr. Mayor, what do you think, what are you going to do down here?
This,
That would require an office.
well, as I said in the, this was a recommendation to me that I needed to,
Easy where you said you got that.
to utilize a previous office. That is where I would do any of the required paperwork, that I would meet with any of the development personnel, and a place to, lockable place to secure those files.
Which probably shouldn't be done in the emergency management room, is that correct? It should not, or no, that's not true?
That emergency management room should stay clear for the utilization in an emergency.
Is that your understanding as well? Yeah?
Yeah, normally you do, but just looking at that room, I'm not sure, but I think that was probably really your vault for your records. I mean, I wasn't here when you built this, but
That's what's on
I'm
the
assuming
plans.
that was your vault, and that's where really your records should be as well.
Gotcha.
So that they're secured like they're supposed to be.
Is there a problem with a council member or the mayor as a council member being in a room with those records legally?
I wouldn't think so, they're all boxed up and ready to go.
Is there CGIS access in that room
See, just access, I don't know.
I don't know.
through the computer? That's not a room that needs to be secured?
EMS,
Yeah.
They've asked all of those that strictly
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking, is that you don't have a requirement that one gets locked up and.
And I would think unless that was funded by some kind of grant money, that would be the only thing that would keep him from being able to go in there, because he's the emergency management coordinator.
well,
That's
right.
just my opinion, and I'm not the lawyer here, but
I would agree.
that's just my opinion, and that's normally, if he's looking for a space, that could do until we have an opportunity to make a space. But right now, we've got lots of records to go through that have to do with your plating and your, land and things like that, zoning, that need to be put together, so.
So if we're gonna use the vault for its intended purposes per the plans, why don't we move all the plating and records that are in that back office into the vault? And then the only thing that's left in that office is some 10-year water, which can go in the FD admin building.
Yeah, we can move all of that in there. I just didn't wanna overstep our boundaries on the emergency management side of it, cause I know that still has to be accessible.
How big is the room y'all talking about? I don't walk back in there. I don't spend time up here.
The emergency management room,
Not the emergency, the room where the plats and stuff are now that you're gonna move into
It's not very
the
big.
emergency, the room you're moving stuff out of.
10 by 12?
It's pretty small.
Yeah, the EOC is 12 by 12, but the room that are you talking about that back office?
No, I'm talking about whatever room y'all are talking about.
Okay, so using the EOC
I
or
hardly
using,
ever go back there.
or moving all the records into the EOC, into the vault. So that office is maybe,
It's pretty good size.
So he doesn't
10
need
by
that
10.
much, he needs a
Inside
space, he needs up in a corner, maybe a shield, or not a shield, but a
Partition.
cubicle,
Yeah.
part of a cubicle. He has a spot that he can go take care of city business, meet somebody if he needs to, or I guess he'd do that and maybe in the conference room. But he is the head of the city. He needs a presence at the city hall. He does not need a 10-by-20 office.
No, 10 by 10.
He doesn't need a 10-by-10 office. But he needs a spot for himself.
That's 100 square feet.
I know it. I used to have friends that was their size of their bedroom.
There's no smaller room in City Hall, except for maybe your file room.
Well, he can sit up in a corner of that room, and then boxes and stuff can go in the other room. Build them use the boxes to build a wall for him. But there's a place he can go in a corner and stay without us having to build a room for him, because I don't want to do that. He just needs a presence. The mayor needs a presence, whoever the mayor is, needs a presence at the city hall. In my opinion, that's what, he is the head of the city.
I think we need to recess and take a field trip back there to see how small this room is.
Okay.
If he needs to meet with a developer,
I
Or
work out of my
whatever.
truck.
no, what I'm saying is, I agree with you. If he needs to meet with a developer, all he's gotta do is come to the conference room. In fact,
Right.
you're not gonna meet anybody in a 3x5
No,
space.
all he's doing there is working on this, doing
No, I'm
whatever he
with you.
thinks his
I'm
stuff is.
totally with you. I'm arguing with Mike over there.
We're collaborating.
I mean, collaborating,
I'm not arguing. with
however
him.
you wanna determine it.
There's, there's a lot of stuff that a mayor does. Whenever I moved from the city administrator office into the EOC, there was stuff everywhere. And I wasn't performing that role anymore, she was. But still, as the mayor, I still had a lot of roles to play.
Yes.
I would have loved a filing cabinet. I mean, I guess I could have bought myself one, but didn't. I would want a desk, a chair, a filing cabinet or two. That back room already has hangers if he needs to view plans while a developer's in there. Needs a phone,
We just gave him a phone.
computer, if he's not. Okay, well, there's dockings that have.
Oh, you're talking like a
actual
handset. Oh.
I think he should. As far as the file cabinet thing goes, stupid question, but if we're doing document retention, maybe you know more about this. Are those records staying in a bunch of different places, or are they gonna stay in one?
They will not anymore.
Not anymore, she says, okay.
That
So,
won't even be an option. Finance will be locked away like it's supposed to be. Records retention will be followed. Boxes will be labeled and organized. All files will be kept by fiscal year unless the reports have to be kept by calendar year, but no. There will not be a need to have things in multiple places, cause that's just not okay.
that was just a rabbit hole question that I had.
We're not talking about municipal documents. We're talking about documents that he has to keep, like, I've got a list of every single TxDOT employee for the Fort Worth office. And I need somewhere to put that. He'll need somewhere to put that. It'd be nice to be able to file it. Oh, I gotta call TxDOT. Who do I need to call? Let me pull it out of the file.
I can't see you putting it on paper.
I actually do.
Do you?
Yes.
Agree.
I
I'm
know it's
surprised
odd.
about that.
But if I had that city cell phone, it would just be on there. But I digress. He needs an office where he can go. They can put stuff that needs to be signed, and he can just go in there and do it at his leisure. Don't need to interrupt them during the day. So what about if he comes in during lunch? Well, they're not here during lunch. He can go in there and sign whatever he needs to sign.
Does the mayor have a key to get in during lunch, or maybe you'll let him in or somebody, right?
I would hope the CEO of the city would have
Has a
access
key?
to the building.
I can see that.
No, the answer is,
What?
don't have a key or code or anything.
Well, I wouldn't object if you did, is what I'm saying. Hopefully that's obvious.
Anyways, there are valid reasons to have an office for the mayor. As for council members, no, we don't need offices.
I don't think so either.
Like, if I come to a developer meeting with him, I just go to his office.
Well, we don't have the real estate at the moment.
Well, we do, we just have to move some boxes
Gotta
around.
move stuff around.
We're not talking a big spot,
How do you know?
cause I know how big a desk is, I know how big a file cabinet is, I know how big he is.
I think you want to put, the desk is gonna be bigger than his space, though.
Probably, we'll do him,
In the plans, was there something for fire marshal since it's, or, that is what we had before, right? Some sort of marshal of the city marshal? Was there a space,
That's him.
is it just his office though? Or was there a space
the-
for a marshal? I know that that's what we have now, right?
Okay,
And he's taking that space. But at some point, when they designed this building, did they give a separate office to that entity that was in our ordinance?
I'm sorry to reveal this.
No.
The police chief's office, the city marshal, was in the back of the police department. Where he sits now was the court clerk.
Where was former Mayor McGee's office, Stephanie?
The mayor actually did not have an office.
Okay.
After everyone left, he used what was the city administrator's office.
Okay. What did he do when he needed to meet with developers or whatever? Just use the conference room?
I
Okay.
was on that one.
Well, we're a growing city. It doesn't seem unreasonable for the mayor to have an office. But we don't have the,
The office you're discussing, city attorney actually used. He had a desk, a bookshelf, file cabinet.
where's his
a
stuff?
phone in there.
Is his stuff still in there?
Dean, do you need an office?
I don't need an office.
I had to set you in there with me.
Problem solved. City attorney doesn't need an office, mayor's office.
So you can move the stuff that needs to be moved to EMS and, or the room and then build something out?
that's my usual desk,
Sure we can. I'm sure I can get these guys to help me.
we're gonna fit.
Do you think that that room eventually would be big enough to add some sort of cubicle setup to where a planning and zoning clerk could fit? No?
No,
It holds,
will not.
I mean,
Well-
we're talking from me to right on the other side of you and from the wall to here.
It's plenty
not
of room for a
deep.
desk, a chair, a phone to sit
None
on
of
the
these
desk.
offices are large, except for the city administrator and the, what used to be a conference.
Why don't we just take it slow and see how it goes? Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, more than willing. I mean, like I said
I mean,
several times.
when you gotta come up, you can, well, I'm just trying to be, I guess political. But whenever you need to come up and meet folk, you come up and meet folk, and in the meantime, I'm sure you're gonna get one of these for him, one of these computers, right?
He's got one.
There is,
You've
it's
got-
just
you've
not
got
set
one.
up.
And your phone and whatever, and then when we get the real estate, if we ever do, set up an office then, what about that?
That's fine.
So if we have the real estate now, why aren't we just moving some boxes and giving them the office?
Because what are we gonna do when, I'm not seeing him use it all that often, and so, right now. That's why I wanna say, let's take a test run, like Gabrielle said, I'm sorry. What about the planning and zoning clerk? Because we're gonna need one of those too. So future planning probably should be what staff is going to be required in office versus what
We
the
have
mayor
another
can do or
office for that.
is not necessarily, it isn't necessary for the mayor to have an office, it's just looks good, I guess. And I get that. And it's convenient, I get that too. I want you to have the convenience. But
Did you just say there's another office space?
We'll be right back.
Okay.
You mind if I go back there and get the plans?
That would be helpful.
I don't know where you're getting plans at.
It's in the EOC.
Oh,
Mind if I
yeah.
go back there?
Yeah.
I couldn't see that was blank.
Freaking wasting my time here.
council. Just so y'all aware, I mean, y'all do have a quorum, so if you can just, I see what you, I know what you're trying to do, but I don't know that everyone can hear you.
Mic's on?
Yeah. Okay. And they may not be able to see. There you go.
Here we are. Walk through this office. This is the administrative assistant's office. This is the city administrator's office. Is this what you're considering your office or your office? This is Brittany's office, the city secretary. This is the office in question. This is it has a computer in it. It's where the CPA sits whenever they come. It holds supplies. This is the EOC that we're talking about that also serves as the vault. Here's the kitchen. This is PD side. This right here is supposed to be the court clerk's office, court clerk file room, chief's office, sergeant's office. That's kind of been changed a little bit. So you'll have an idea.
Does it tell you the size of that office in the back on the plan?
It shows as 13.7 watts. It doesn't give me the actual dimensions on this one. So if I would like to see this read. We don't have a digital version. We don't have a large format.
Okay, all these, and all that room, there ought to be a spot for him to have a corner. How often is the CPA here?
Once a month.
So she has the CPA has a desk, has everything they need right there. He could use that, why couldn't he use that in the day she's gonna be here, or he gonna be here? He can't come that day, or those few days.
So that office is a storage room, meter reads, which if we go with the new Neptune, that's all cloud-based, so we can do it down at the warehouse. So there's that office that not used as an office, but a storage room. The next one is the city secretary's office, which the court clerk used to be in. And then you have the next office, which is the one I'm talking about in the corner for the mayor.
Okay. I think we make it, what do we need to do? We either, I make a motion that we approve a location at this, let's see, we don't have we approve a location at the city hall for the mayor to be used, to be set up with a desk, a place for his computer, filing cabinet, and a phone. And this not, I make a motion we do that. Period. I don't know the proper way to say all this stuff, so you're gonna tell me where I did it wrong, that's fine.
Oh, no, you're good.
All right, that's what I want, see if anybody, let's do it and be done with it.
I'll second so we can finish up discussion. It seems like people may want to discuss something, so I'll second.
I just want to designate a actual location.
That back corner and that back room. It says future office space, that's the one I want, that future office space in the back corner.
So the northwest corner of the building.
And we got working outlets and working phone lines, et cetera, back there, working in Cat 5, 6, we got.
Should.
Do we have internet? I mean, we have Wi-Fi?
We got all that, Stephanie, back there?
We don't
Was
need
that office used? You say Cass was using that? That's when Cass was used, okay.
So the office has been stripped except for the water, files, half a pallet of paper, the,
I'm sure we can find a place to put everything,
is the filing cabinet still in there?
but it's, we can find a place to put
We're not actually gonna move everything out of that office. You're gonna give him a space, and then as time grows and the mayor needs more space, we can do stuff. We can figure out what to do with all the boxes.
Well,
Right now, we're just giving him a corner to come and do whatever a mayor does.
No, he needs the whole office to put a desk in there.
No, you don't.
No, well, so there used to be a desk in there.
Yeah.
And there was 4 feet on one side of the desk to walk around it. There was about 3 feet behind it for the chair, and about 4 or 5 feet for a chair in front of that.
Yeah, they can put a whole lot of boxes on the opposite side. I think, just get him in there,
Sounds good.
and then we'll worry about stack the boxes to a safe level high.
All those boxes will be eventually disappearing whenever they continue with the
His
records
room will
retention.
get bigger at that point. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Councilman Cornelison made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilman Mize, that the small office in the northwest corner would be outfitted with a desk, a chair, a filing cabinet, and phone.
Don't forget the computer.
Yeah, it's a computer.
And the computer. Any discussion?
So with all that, we're just assuming you're getting a full office in case you need some like rubber bands or, I just want to make sure we're not nitpicking.
I'm not-
Anyways, let's vote.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1 to furnish a office in the northwest corner of the building with a desk, a chair, a computer, a phone, and a filing cabinet for the mayor's use.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think Kevin's still here. He's got a long drive home. Can we move item 3 of the discussion item up so Kevin can come in and get himself out of here?
Any objections?
No.
Move item 3, Public Works Director Kevin Frigier to discuss and request direction from the council on Neptune meters, radio frequency meter reading systems.
Good evening, council. The current software that we have for our meter reading is called Insight. Starting June the 30th of 2024, they will no longer be able to upgrade it, service it, or anything. The current meters that we have throughout our city are all Neptune meters. And to keep us from having to change out 403 meters, we need to try to get approved for $14,771.20 for a system called Neptune 360. This system is compatible with all of our meters. We could, instead of using that big meter reader that we got now, we could use cell phones, tablets, whatever we need to go out and get our meter reads. With this, we would also get an antenna put on one of the trucks that would be able to read 72 meters at a time. What we currently have only reads 8 meters at a time. So it will cut down tremendously on how long it takes to do meter reads. With this software, it is cloud-based. It is solely done through Core and Main. Nobody else around here has the software that we could purchase it from. So it's only one price. In your packets, I've got any kind of questions or information that you may have on it. It's got the sole proprietorship letter and the letter stating that Insight's no longer going to be able to be worked on or used.
This job location, Lindsay, Texas, is just a typo, right?
Yes, sir.
As is the tax. Municipalities
Correct.
aren't charged
Tax,
sales tax?
we're tax-free, so the tax will be coming out.
Okay.
So can you explain the alternative if we weren't going to go with the $14,771 option?
Okay, if we don't, then if our software goes down, we're stuck in the water. We're stuck, ended up having to purchase this anyway. Or we can go out and get a whole nother software and then turn around having to buy 403 brand new meters, go out and put brand new meters in every single meter that we already have out, and take all of our meters that are on our shelf, throw them away, and go with a different meter. Right now, the deal that we have with Core and Main is $317 per meter. You go anywhere else, it's gonna be way more expensive. We're looking at upwards of $500, $600, $700 a meter. And then on top of that, you're gonna be putting Public Works out there, changing these meters instead of doing anything else. So, I mean, to me, it's a simple, hey, let's do this and stick with the meters that we've got, because we've got meters on the shelf, we've got meters out there, and these meters are great meters. This is the program is called Neptune 360, so it's made by Neptune, which is who makes our meters that we currently have. So, I mean, it's a great software. At some point, if we grow too big to where we don't want to send somebody out to read meters, we could pay and have a satellite put on 2 of these towers out here, and then we don't even have to send anybody out to read meters. It automatically will come cloud-based straight to my laptop, also to City Hall, and then also it's a good way of being able to see when we have a leak. So, I mean, I think this is a great first step, is by getting this Neptune 360. In the future, 2 to 5 years out, we could look at being able to purchase the antennas to where we don't have to worry about going out and reading it. If we have a customer call saying they believe they have a water leak, we could look straight on the computer instead of sending somebody out. So, I mean, to me, it's a great software, and it's not a bad price.
Well, page 1 says, if we don't do this, you will not be able to complete meter reading processes or bill your customers.
Correct.
So,
It's just gonna be dead in the water.
Ms. Winkle, is this because, are we being asked to approve this because the purchasing policy's not in place?
No, keep forgetting that, sorry. No, I believe this was something that was on the list, to-do list, with the Mayor Pro Tem, was going to bring it to the council for consideration because of the lifeline of this software that they have. And so we're trying to be proactive and get that to you so that we can get directions to either move forward or go the other direction, whichever you choose. We just feel like this is the most efficient way to go at this time, and just getting some direction from you so that we can get ahead of this before June.
We already have this this system in place. Neptune's in place now.
Neptune is in place, but we don't have their software right now. We've got Insight, and Insight is the one that's gonna be ending.
Okay, so Insight's
So-
reading Neptune meters, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
I got it now.
So your
Duh.
software will
I
not
see.
read
I got you.
any longer, and it's at end of life.
Okay. All right.
So we're just looking for direction, and then this can be brought back.
All right, I'll offer some direction.
Would this help to automate billing? It said in here something about billing your customers, does it do that?
It may, I can only speak of another software that I've used in the past, but what Kevin's talking about when they put the transmitters up on the towers, that would actually give citizens the ability to pull up their consumptions, and they can watch it.
Yeah,
So
they
you
can,
can
they
see
can
that.
watch to going out to their meter and looking at their meter to see if their meter's spinning or not. It's a much more reliable, I mean, you don't even have to be at home. So, every one of y'all live in the city limits. So if you're on our city water, and if we go with this automated deal 2 to 5 years out, you could get on your phone and log into your account and watch how many gallons you're going through and all that, just from being anywhere. So, and plus with the software, the customer can get on their phone and check what their meter reads are as soon as we pass by instead of waiting for the bill to come in the mail.
And it should work with our software, with our encode. I'm assuming that was checked out.
Normally what happens is you'll download a file from the meter read into Encode. They'll create a file for you to put into Encode for us to finish out billing.
And
And
just
it'll
to do
also
billing.
offer you like monthly alerts, so you can set your usage at a certain thing, or if it goes past your average, it'll alert you once you start to get, so it's basically electronic meter reading, so you'll know anytime there's a leak, abnormal usage, or anything of that sort.
Since this is a discussion item, then how do we proceed off of it and approving?
I'm just asking for direction. If you want us to move forward with this, and that way we can bring that back
Is that a
for
motion,
action.
Dean? With a second and a vote on a discussion item?
Sounds like it's a no action and that she's received direction. Do y'all feel comfortable that she's received direction?
The only question I have is, since it was on your to-do list, does that mean you already built it into the budget? That was approved?
We've been talking about this for a couple months, but we were going back and forth between the $14,000 option and the towers were what, 40?
I think it was 40 or 44 to go with the towers.
I'd have to look at the budget again to see exactly if it was built in, but he does have the funds in different accounts to cover it.
Okay.
You just have to pull it from where you need to.
Is there a fee besides this 14,700? Is there a yearly fee or licensing?
No, sir. In the packet, it shows that it shows the one-time fee, setup fee, the on-site training, and then the transceiver. But other than that, it's not a yearly fee that I've been told about.
So we will check on that when we bring it back for
That
approval.
will be called and asked as well.
Make a motion for no action on this item and direct staff to implement the bid proposal.
I'll second.
Councilman Yarborough made a motion, and Councilman Mize seconded the motion that no action be taken and direct staff to move forward with the bid. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any more discussion? Councilman Yarborough?
Aye.
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 Motion passes, 5-0 vote to take no action and give direction to move ahead with getting with the bid.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Ken.
Apologies for keeping you here so long, man.
Back to discussion item number 1. City Administrator discuss and request direction from council on the previously approved PTO time for city employees.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I would ask that the council, we not work on this right now due to the late hour. There's a lot of discussion that's gonna have to take place on this, so I have some clarification. So if you don't mind, I'd like to put it on the next agenda, so we have a little bit more time, just due to the time it is now. It's getting late.
Make a motion to take no action on discussion item 1.
Second.
Councilman Yarborough made a motion and Councilman Corneliusen seconded the motion to take no action at this time and to put it on a future agenda. Any more discussion? Councilman Yarborough?
Aye.
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 The motion was passed 5-0 to take no action at this time and placed on the agenda at a future date. On to number 2, City Administrator discuss request direction from the council on the upcoming Christmas holidays.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and council, your employee handbook states that if a holiday falls on a Saturday, it'll be observed the preceding Friday, and if it falls on a Sunday, it'll be observed on Monday. This Christmas is a little bit different because Christmas Eve is on Sunday and Christmas Day is on Monday. And I did check around with some other cities to see how they were handling it, because most of the cities do the same thing that you do in your employee handbook. A lot of the cities are gonna be closing on Friday, December the 22nd, and Tuesday, December the 26th. Only because Christmas Day is on a Monday, and a conversation the mayor and I had is families trying to get back on Christmas Day to be at work on Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday. So, it's just my recommendation, whichever direction you want us to go. But I think going with, Friday, the 22nd through December the 26th, which is Tuesday, having those as our holidays, and then we would be off. Or back open on Wednesday, I'm sorry.
Make a motion for no action on this item and direct staff to set the holiday schedule for Christmas for Friday, December 22nd, 2023, and Tuesday, December 26th, 2023, to return Wednesday, December 27th.
What are you gonna do on New Year's Day?
I was just thinking that. I'll second so we can discuss.
Yeah.
What are you going to do on New Year's, same thing?
I haven't looked at that yet.
It's gonna follow us the same days.
One second. We have a motion by Councilman Yarborough and second by Councilman Mize to have the Christmas holiday for the employees from Friday, December 22nd through Tuesday, December 26th, returning on Wednesday, the 27th. Discussion.
Roger made a very good point. New Year's Day is Monday, January 1st. New Year's Eve's December 31st on a Sunday. So-
Usually people don't travel for New Year's,
That
some
was gonna-
might. Christmas is a
gonna-
different day.
Yep.
That was gonna be my answer. I've never even thought about asking for anything else, because you're right, people don't travel as much on New Year's. They usually stay home nowadays. So, I don't see any problem with that. But I foresee probably a lot of people travel Christmas,
Yeah, Christmas.
so, I don't know.
So New Year's Day is, they get off Monday and that's it? Is that what the handbook says they do now?
Friday and Monday, right? It's
I
the
don't
same
know.
as Christmas.
If it falls on a Saturday, it's Friday. If it falls on a Sunday, it's Monday.
Well, the only holiday is New Year's Day. New Year's Eve isn't a holiday.
Right, correct.
So what day are we gonna give them 1 day off? Are we gonna give them 2 days off? We're gonna give them Friday and Monday, give them Monday and Tuesday? Just give them Monday.
For New Year's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all they get off, so
Okay, fine, man.
Yeah.
we do need to put a future agenda item on there to adopt a new holiday schedule for next year, so.
Any more discussion?
Usually by January 2nd, people are ready to go to work.
Councilman Yarborough.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 to take no action, give direction that the staff will be off Friday, December 22nd through Tuesday, December 26th, and return to work on Wednesday, the 27th. Items of community interest.
This Saturday is the parade and tiny house judging and gingerbread house judging and anything else that I'm missing.
Tree lighting.
Tree lighting. Yeah, that whole event. Whatever it's called, I can never remember.
Starts at 2 p.m.
Yes.
So we took it upon ourselves because they'll have our names on them and our sizes that they're personalized, so we paid for these out of our own pocket. But I just wanted to get approval for them. This is the front, it's the city seal, we had to put white behind it so we could keep the black and yellow on the purple, cause you can't see black on this. And then it'll just say City of Godley Holiday and Event Committee, Jamie Pappenfuss, and then on the back, it'll say volunteer really big.
Ah, cool.
So, this is only one that is done. The rest will get done tonight if y'all are okay with that.
Dean, liability issues,
Are you wondering if
because it has a city
the
seal
seal
on it.
is
Yeah.
copyrighted? No,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm worried about, not that, nobody's gonna sue these guys for that. I'm talking about,
I was given the seal by council. I mean, it was my husband, but.
we had, well, I won't use that example, but, because it has the city seal on it, if
Yeah.
somebody goes out and goes nuts, is the city liable for their nut job?
you're wondering if these volunteers are covered by TML?
Yeah, that'll work, yeah.
I think that, I think they are, right, under your policy? Or what is a volunteer policy? Have you looked at that?
Only
I
during
mean-
that capacity, during that event.
Yeah.
That would be covered during
Yeah.
that event time.
That's right. I mean, they're not city employees, but ordinarily TML does have a volunteer policy that covers them. I'm assuming that Godley does as well.
You know how the assumptions
Unless
go.
it's been made.
Okay. Do I have the okay to make the rest?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm
And
good.
then it was, requested of us to not have the mayor light the city tree for Saturday's event. I guess the next person in line would be Mayor Pro Tem. But we, as the committee, took a vote, and we all suggested that it stay the mayor lighting the city tree. But we wanted to make sure, we didn't want to overstep, so we wanted to make sure y'all were still okay with that moving forward.
I'm okay with the mayor.
I will refuse to light the tree if he's not allowed to.
I won't do it either, as the older, as a ranking member or whatever, the next one.
I mean, we just thought, as the CEO of our city, that's who would
Yep.
like, and we made that decision before we knew who the mayor would be.
That is the mayor's, that is something a mayor would do.
Okay.
Ceremonial duties.
I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good with it. I don't understand the problem in the first place, so, yeah.
Perfect. Did you have anything? Yes. Perfect.
If you'll all check your city emails, I sent you formal invitations to the event, and if I could please get your RSVPs, just so we can plan the logistics, whether you'll ride on the floats or participate in the parade.
Okay.
Thank you.
When'd you send that? Cause I didn't see it today.
It was a couple days ago.
I will resend it to you.
I may have just missed it, so don't worry about it. I mean, look.
Okay, thank you.
I
Mr. Mayor,
also
motion to
sent
adjourn.
An
Oops,
email.
I'm
I
sorry.
also sent an email, and I wasn't sure if I needed to send it to all of you. It was to my participants in the parade. I CC'd admin, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and our committee chair. Do y'all want me to, if I do any more emailing of our participants or anything, do y'all all want that?
I don't need it, I don't think, personally, just me.
Yeah, send it.
Okay.
Just can't respond to you.
I'll just CC everyone then. Okay, perfect, thank you.
One other item that was not on here, December 7th, Benbrook City Council is having a meeting at 7:30. I will be accompanying the holiday committee, and hopefully the city council members will go also to thank them for their donation of the Christmas tree to the city.
That's when?
December 7th at 7:30 PM?
You're driving?
Yes, I will be driving.
We're not like Granbury and they get their own plane.
What's that?
We're not like Granbury and they get their own plane.
Their own plane? Yeah. Let's fly to Benbrook.
You have to fly from here to Borland and then walk, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Councilman Yarborough made a motion to adjourn, and Councilman Happenfuse? I'm sorry, I just shut down. Seconded. Discussion? Councilman Yarborough?
Hi.
Hi.
Motion carries 5-0 to adjourn for the evening.
All I do is all this time on our hands.
Yes, as well as your, like, name and address and stuff, so that I can. Yeah, I was waiting to, I was like, I'm gonna ask her